All right. So, I'm thinking about taking on Messmer again today. The only question is, which weapon am I going to use? I've been using the Dragon Hunter's Great Katana recently, and it's been working out pretty well. So, I may stick with that. I'm not sure how effective it'll be against Messmer, but it's definitely an option. I might stick with it. And then maybe do a little more exploring. Might explore more of this area down here. And then there's also this whole area over here, which hopefully leads over here to this map, which I've been trying to get to for a while. But before I take on Messmer again, I think I'd like to watch at least one other streamer fight him just to get a refresher on how it goes and to see how other people handle it. And just for fun. I've been watching Maximilian Dudes play through again. So I'll just jump in here where he was pretty close to where Messmer is. In Shadowkeep.
Who's talking?
That's what I said.
Now, Freya. Don't let it rile you up. Take it slow. Take it slow.
I guess it's supposed to be one of these people.
Oh, Lord. Will I ever make sense of this jumble?
Huh. Character does not speak like the usual character does in this game. I'm gonna go whoop this ass really quick. Ow! Two hits.
Why, my lord? Will I ever make sense of this jumble?
God damn. Got his hat. Ash of War Flame Spear.
Very nice.
Who's talking? Huh? Who's over here chatting it up?
That's what I'm saying.
Where do I kill one of these ghost shitters? It's gonna be like a person. That big platform over there.
Oh, Lord. Will I ever make sense of this jumble?
It's on the other side of this wall, but I don't know if I can go anywhere.
Would I ever make sense of
Why would this lead me all the way over here? Eh? Like... What? We came in all the way over here into a room with seemingly a dead-ass end? What the shit, dude?
What, did you not find the door to Messmer? Did he get lost?
Okay, hold on.
He just killed the knight that's guarding Messmer's door.
Why did we come all the way down here?
I'm confused what he's confused about.
Yeah, this was all blocked off, too. What the F? Okay, hold on. Hold on. Gotta look around. We'll check the
By my
door.
Lord, would I ever make sense of
Yeah,
this
open the big
jungle?
door.
You're
Go in.
literally like right here. Sounds like you're... Looks like I can climb over this shit.
I don't think you can.
Huh. Let me go check this door.
That's a good idea.
Oh, well, that's nice. Am I about to get sniped from something? Okay, then.
Yeah, for once, it's not a trap.
Hey, that's very helpful. This is gonna lead to that door? With the elevator?
No?
No. No.
Mongrel intruder. That tarnished, it seemeth. Mother, wouldst thou truly lordship sanction in one so bereft of life? Yet, my purpose standeth unchanged.
How many tries do you think this will take him?
Those stripped of the grace of gold
I saw
shall all meet
Kai
death.
Cenat died dozens and dozens of times when I watched his. I never saw how many times because I didn't see him finish it.
Embrace of Messmer's flame.
Cool. Oh, my body! Ow, fire indeed hot. Ow, fire indeed hot. Fire indeed hot, bro.
Shall all meet death.
Charlie died 26 times, which is amazing. His moist critical is very good at this game.
Cool. Cool. Cool.
So I think Max will probably die at least 26 times.
Let me just hit him at least once. I'm curious. There's a lot of other stuff to check out here. But I'm curious.
But maybe not. Maybe he'll finish it less than Charlie for once.
Okay, I see a life bar moving.
In the embrace of
You know?
Messmer's flame.
I do see a life bar is being moved. Hold up. Maybe this will work. So now the big question is, what is he weak to, if anything? Bleed or freeze or any of that kind of shit? Moving life bar does feel very nice. That is better than Renala or whoever the hell it was. Remora. Where the hell is this shit? I have too much crap in my inventory. There they are. Now a significant amount of time has been spent to, you know, doing this shit. Oh, this is cool. Ow. Ow. Ow, this is cool. Ow, that's not cool. Okay. I can't see shit happening. It hurts. Don't get me wrong. It hurts.
Death in the embrace of Messmer.
But I wonder. It hurts. It does a lot of damage, but at the same time, he's all fire attacks, and we can possibly do some like mega fire resistance shit. It shockingly seems very doable, you know?
You want to use an anti-fire talisman?
Especially considering that I have like
that.
a Flame Drake talisman. And something like this. And I'm sure. Yeah, 6.8 fire. I'd imagine that's not. Oh, this is better against fire? How weird. Is there a special thing about this? Graves of the Fire Knights? I'm gonna kill more of these Fire Knight dudes to get this set. Stats usually don't matter too much, but you know. 8.5 fire. What is my fire resistance currently at? It's paltry, but we're okay. Hold on a second. Let me just go in and start slapping shit. Wow. That damage is really good, though. Oh, wow. This is slow. God damn. This guy seems like a damage slash defense check for the skidoo tree or whatever that shit is, you know?
Yeah, that's part of it for sure.
Physical attacks are still very high. Bro, what am I gonna do here? I just want to see if we can proc a bleed before I start learning the moveset. If we have a goal.
In the embrace of Messmer's flame.
I don't, because here's the thing. I don't think freeze is going to work because fire negates freeze in this game. Meaning that I don't think I'll be able to proc freeze against him at all. Damn, how far away do I gotta be from that shit? Ow. my damage isn't so bad. The damage isn't so bad. Oh.
In the embrace of
Huh.
Messmer's
Huh. Let's try. Right? I'm curious just to see we don't have an exact idea. But, you know, we can just try. The claws did pretty good, but the claws don't stagger and they're big commit weapons, so you have to, like, commit to their attacks. Wonder what I should be using against this dude. Ow. Good start. Good start. Well, that's badass. Oh my god, that's so big.
Some of his attacks are easy to dodge, others are insane.
Okay. Okay.
in the embrace of Messmer's flame.
That's flame. We're not procking Frost. So, the next question is, do we proc bleed? Right? Already I'm seeing... His moveset doesn't seem that bad. I mean, I get it. He's doing a shit ton of damage. Don't get me wrong. Is this the final boss? I don't know, bro. I just got here.
I thought he was the final boss too, but he's apparently not.
We're not doing that much damage. But his moveset's not that hard to dodge. I'm already dodging stuff and I'm just guessing. Nothing like the previous boss fight. If I can figure out how to dodge that, that'd be great. There.
Restricted the grace of gold.
Gotta hit him enough to see if bleed procs.
In the embrace of Messmer's flame.
Okay, so this could take a while.
Oh, it doesn't have frost affinity. You're right. I screwed with
How many
it, didn't
deaths
I?
is that? It's gonna be like
You are
7?
right. You're very right. Thank you. I did forget that. $127 frost buildup?
That was about 7.
That seems good. Maybe we can just try this? $127 frost buildup? Yeah? I mean, yeah? Alright. Here we go. A couple of jumping attacks. If it procs, this should proc it. What the dumbass? Epic boss command grab. That's hard to dodge. I don't know what to do about that yet. Knock back.
Restricted the grace of gold. Challenge.
Okay.
In the embrace of
Okay.
Messmer's flame.
I think I want to proc command grab. He's doing it from distance. The problem is he's doing either command grab or big shit from distance. I don't know how to get away from that shit. That goes very far. Dodge into him from that. Okay.
Messmer's flame.
I still don't know how to dodge the big attack at the start. Do not know. Try running. Frost hasn't procced yet.
Messmer's flame.
And I got a few hits in, but probably not enough. I need to do my big Frost jump. Okay, it's one dodge and then a second. Wow, that did a lot. Oh, no dodge. That did a lot. Hella spam, thank you.
Embrace of Messmer's flame.
So I'm
With
thinking
nothing
his,
proccing, it's getting a bit hard.
his
Where it's
shadow
like,
tree
okay,
fragment level is probably pretty
clearly
low.
I need to get some better stat
I wonder if
management.
he'll try to level that up first. He'll just push through it. Knowing him, he'll probably just try to push through it.
Wow, the splash. It works. Okay, he's frozen. He's frozen. Bro. What the hell? So, he's got, this is doable. This is totally doable. Freeze messed him up, and here's the crazy part. It's the same shit. It's no kidding the same shit as the previous boss fight. Where
Rolana?
I gotta freeze his ass
Yeah, Rolana.
and then unfreeze his ass. It's the same shit. I have to freeze him and then light him on fire to unfreeze him and then freeze him again. It's the same thing that happened with the Renala boss fight. It's the only way I was able to beat her, at least or at the point where I was at, where I had to juggle one weapon, switch from two-hand back to one-hand, and then you freeze him, go back to two-hand, hit him with this, the burn takes the freeze off, and then hit him again with the freeze by going back to two-hand. I was having to do that shit in the middle of dodging all of that crazy previous boss's bullshit. It was not easy. Okay.
The grace of
It
God
works.
shall all be
It works.
in the embrace of Messmer's flame.
Does work. I didn't even hit him that much. I mean, I already got him down a quarter. It works. Ow. Big ouch. Damn, that big spinning thing is tough.
In the embrace of Messmer's flame.
Yeah, it's hard to predict when that's going to happen.
Ow. This sucks.
So strict of the grace of God shall
Damn.
death.
It killed me straight
In
up.
the embrace of Messmer's flame.
We can keep going about this, but you know, I effectively had it sort of spoiled that this is the last boss, so I don't know if this is going to end the DLC if we
It's
kill
not.
him here. I
Not
have
the
like
last
no
boss.
clue. So I'm kind of debating moving away from this and doing other stuff. You know? It's not the last boss. Chat was like saying shit. You know? You know? Kid is in bed. Let's see. Ow. Ow. Wow, that one does a shit ton.
Strict of the grace of
That one does a
God
shit ton.
shall all be death. In the embrace of Messmer's flame.
Getting more than a couple of consecutive strikes seems kind of hard. Yo, Perfect Frost, thanks for the prime. Seems kind of hard. I need to be doing my Hoarfrost bullshit. Keep forgetting I have it. Whoa! That went mega far. That's like my one opportunity to do damage too. Mega delayed. Ooh. I don't know what to do about that. Can't outrun it. I don't know what to do about that shit. Yeah, that fire thing, maybe I have to dodge into it.
Of Messmer's
I see fire and I'm worried it's going to be around me. Maybe I just have to dodge into it.
It's tough to dodge.
Oh, the spin. Oh no, that's a, okay. That's a big punish. That one's a big punish. I'm starting to see it. I don't think he's that hard to dodge. He's got some crazy attacks, but he doesn't feel that hard to dodge. He definitely has some crazy attacks, but I'm not like nervous when fighting him nearly as much as that other fight, dude. I kind of want him to attack me, you know? The jumping, all that shit, you just gotta hit the dodge timing. God damn it. I'm dead.
Gotta get it.
Got it.
AoE.
After the multi-stab, you run away.
of Messmer's
Multi-stab is not a punish. You run away. God damn it. Damn, that fire chuck thing is weird.
in the embrace.
I think I'm dodging to the left inherently. I gotta dodge forward. I think I want him to throw that because if I'm close to him and just strafe, his ass is gonna get hit. explosion that time. Weird. Okay.
Some of those are AoE, there's
Ooh, mega delayed. God damn. Tracking. Okay. Second proc kicked in.
he hasn't even hit phase 2 yet.
I'm not feeling terrible about this. I don't know if I want to leave. I don't know if I want to leave. I think I'm feeling okay. Granted, we'll see if there's, you know, crazy shit for the future. Wow, I couldn't even run away. Might be dead. Oh shit, bad dodge.
In the embrace of Messmer.
Yo, Maz, thank you. That's the big spin. Damn. God damn. You can take us out of sub mode, chat. Just time out the people that, you know, try to spoil shit for a week. Yeah, Fireball's tough. Covers his approach. Wow. No. Damn! Dodge towards him.
In the
So it's
embrace.
about 20
towards
deaths.
him. Yeah, we have good damage. It's just that I have to, you know, work for it. I have to switch between two hand and one hand all the time. Got a bleed proc. That sucks.
The grace of gold shadowing death in the embrace of Messmer's flame.
That sucks. Dinosaur, thank you. I always dodge to the left there. It's not the right thing to do. I'm stuck on something. I'm stuck on that thing. Oh god. I was stuck on this thing. Yo, Dinosaur, thanks for the tier 1, dude. You have to unlock there. Damn, bitch. He was always up my ass there. He was never engaging neutral. He was just, you know, stabbing the shit out of me. Let me check something. Stuff has better physical defense. It does. In fact, my fire shit does not have great physical. Mind you, it shouldn't really matter, but just saying. Thinking physical damage is kind of a thing that this dude might be very good at.
I do think armor matters, even if it's just a small percent. I mean, that all adds up.
Looking good. Looking good. can't get delayed.
Maybe we'll get to phase 2.
Oh god, that one always gets me, dude.
I think you'll get to phase 2 this time.
Progress. There was always going to be a second form.
Our Lord, devoid of light. No, Mother. Forgive me.
I guess he had a glass eye.
Bruh.
Soon tarnished. Wilt thou be taken in the jaws of the abyssal serpent, shorn of light?
What the fuck? This is so crazy. Holy shit.
Phase 2 is nuts.
Bruh. Holy shit, dude. Take off this dumb gear. We gotta do this looking cool. Put on our fucking bear head and shit. We gotta do this looking cool. I don't think the damage negation was especially worth it. Didn't seem like it. God damn, man. Holy shit. Great start.
embrace of Messmer's flame.
Okay. Dude, the snake boss. The snake version of this boss is crazy. Fucking delay. Damn it. That delay stab whoops my ass. Okay. The frost procs really fast at the beginning, and then it scales, so it gets harder and harder to proc.
So that's more deaths than...
Frost is like a lump sum of damage, like a chunk. Previous boss was also weak to it too.
It seems like he's still a ways away.
Jump. Oh, this fucking delay. I lost lock. Wrong move.
In the embrace.
Oh, there was definitely frost abilities before the DLC. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oof, bad start. I got a quick proc, but I got stuck in like having to switch between two hand and one hand. I missed it. Okay. Okay. I actually don't hate dodging his moveset at the start. It's got some panic attacks that are sort of like, oof, where do I go from here? But they're not terrible. Like I need to be disengaging a bit more. What? Two hand to one hand. Oh, you piece of shit. Dead. I thought it was something else. Yeah, phase one, he leaves himself open kind of a lot. Kind of a lot. Chat, were we never getting bleed proc before? I wonder. I really wonder if I just do jumping two-handers and see what happens. I don't think I tried enough. I think we just settled... Oh, Frost work. Let's go with Frost. It might be just best to try bleed. Screwed up on that one.
Channel death in the embrace of Messmer's flame.
Yeah, let's try out bleed. I'm curious. Just start going for some jumping attacks, see what happens. My new thing.
In the embrace of
I got caught up in my new strategy. So we got to do jumping L1s. Jumping L1s to see if this actually works. Other big swords? I don't have the stats for it. We changed our stats.
Respect the decks.
If blood was working, it might have procced there, right? If blood was if blood loss was a thing that actually hurt this enemy, I'd like to think that after that many jumping attacks in the first blood loss, it might have worked, but I'll give this another shot. This bitch don't bleed. Nah. Nah. That's the thing with bleed and frost. They will they will proc pretty quickly on the first one, and then you should be good. Dude, I don't know. He's not bleeding. He's not bleeding. 2 jumping attacks from double Eleonora's pole blade causes that shit to work. That shit works. You proc 3 blood losses? Alright.
Where did he get that? Eleanor's pole blade. I don't remember that weapon.
Let's just keep experimenting. This thing isn't even upgraded all the way.
I'm not sure if I have it.
This went poorly. The tracking on this shit is rough.
Embrace of Messmer's flame.
You know this boss is a hard one when they put the bonfire right outside of it. Yeah, the bonfire proximity index is how difficult the boss is going to be.
There's probably some truth to that.
That damage was pretty crazy. That damage was pretty crazy. It's just not doing enough, right? By the time we survive this long with the ice, we're good, you know? Yeah, I truly feel that we came up with the correct strategy before. And it's funny, it's the same strategy we used against Moon Chick. Be the same shit. Greedy. What else is new? That shit went really far. I was like, I got it. Whoop. And he like freaking super turbo Zangief command grabbed me. All of a sudden, he has like, I'm pretty sure the command grab isn't at the extent of his arm, it's like a cone. And if you get stuck in the cone, you're just fucked. Yeah, this is definitely the strategy. Damn it, man. I was trying to get you to 50%. He was so close. I was trying to get him there.
So that's about 40 deaths.
Levels my Skidoo tree at? You can find out based on how much damage he's doing to me. And he's doing a lot of damage to me, so probably not high enough. I have the dodge to the right there. Fuck me. Man, oh man. New attack. New attack. Oh shit, that's a different pattern. Trying to push phase. Tried to push phase and you know, it got me killed.
So phase 2, but he has what, 0 flasks left? He has no hope. Might want to roll away from that.
I need to see more of this phase. I just need to see more of this goddamn phase, man. Hoo-wee. Man. Oof. My bad.
In the embrace of Messmer's flame.
I should definitely bump up the flask. Yeah, I don't need the other one. I do not need the other one. Temporarily boosts all damage negation. Yeah. That's helping. Probably will help a lot more if I save it, to be real. That attack I do not know how to dodge yet. That one's always seemingly a guaranteed hit of some kind, maybe not too much, but that one I gotta figure out. Dodging into it still seems to get me hit. Unlocking still seems to get me hit. I gotta figure it out. The delay butt poke. Yeah, I dodged the first hit, and then on the recovery it swoops around. Maybe dodge it to the left? Oh no. It's the exact attack we were just talking about. God damn, the healing animation takes so long.
Did pretty well this time. It's almost to phase 2 and he's got 8 blasts left. Not quite there yet.
Healing animation takes so long. I was explaining. Bro.
Explosive. Okay, phase 2. So 1 flask left. Not looking great. Oh,
Lots of new moves. Lots of new moves. Best run yet, though, right? That was definitely our best run yet.
so about 45.
I feel like saving the damage negation was also a very good idea. Reset the run. Reset the run. Suddenly 4,600 damage.
In the embrace of Messmer's flame.
Whoa. Where he steps, so he goes like through you. He goes through you, and then he goes back. So I think you dodge forward and then towards him. Not forward and then forward again. I'm gonna make that guess that it's forward and then back in the opposite direction. Okay. If I can avoid that attack, we'll be in a much better position. The goddamn butt poker. Bro. Found it. Yeah, that's the answer. That is the answer. Dodge towards him, and then in the opposite direction. You can even keep locked on, it's okay. Damn it, I did the wrong attacks. Crap. Juggling 2 different weapon sets in my head. That was a really good run. That was a really good run. No, this isn't really making me stress yet. The second phase is making me stress. This phase is definitely like, I feel like I can get good at this shit. This phase isn't really bugging me. I went in for too many attacks. I only get 2 hits there, okay.
Messmer's flame.
Okay, it's
Problem
about
is, like, doing good damage.
50 deaths.
Bro. That sucks. Bad dodge. Whoa! Gotta heal. Oh! He usually goes for multi-stab there. 1, 2, 3.
Messmer's flame.
Bitch canceled it into the spin. Bitch canceled it into the spin. We're getting pretty good at first phase. If I can have second phase with 10 healing, it's just dodging the second phase is going to be the hard part. The biggest delay. Input reading piece of shit. Bad timing. Damn, he did the cheese again.
In the embrace of Messmer's flame.
shit. Fuck! Maybe it's all dependent?
In the embrace of Messmer's flame.
That isn't the answer, to dodge towards him. I think it completely depends if he's close to you or not. I don't know.
Yeah. It's probably tough to dodge through.
Oh my goddamn. You stabbing bitch. Yeah, getting your opportunities to heal is hard. It's very hard. His reach is so massive that he doesn't really give you any time to breathe unless he's giving you time to breathe, you know? Like the NPC just stops attacking you at some points. Bro. Dead. Bad.
In the embrace of Messmer's.
Yeah, it's like sometimes he just walks around and lets you like throw ice shit at him, and he's just cool with it.
Okay, that's about 55 deaths.
The mega delay, that's right. That. He'll fake you out. Like maybe a heal, but not. Wow, that still hit me. Shit. Okay.
In the embrace of Messmer's.
Yeah, dude. The snake phase is crazy, and it's funny that this phase and Renala or whoever the hell we fought earlier, was it Renala?
R'Lana.
That fight was camera spin central. You know, this fight's the same thing. It's all mega camera spins and dodging. Nice. Feels like he should have entered phase, but he didn't. Okay.
10 blasts remaining. That's pretty good.
Fuck.
Oh,
1, 2, 3. Okay. I'm assuming after that, he is vulnerable for like big hits. 1, 2, 3. Okay. The damage I get from Frost is the best damage I get. Yeah. When it procs, we're getting mega damage.
yeah, the Frost seems to be the best approach for him at least. I'm gonna try the Dragon Hunter's Great Katana.
The butt poker. Good. Oh no, not far enough. I'm trying to like disconnect from him so I can do other shit. Debating on what I want to do. Really want to take away all this like two-handing, one-handing shit, just so I can focus on the fight. Oh no! This was a cursed run. Cursed run.
In the embrace of Messmer's flame.
I think I have like 3 Skadoo things.
So that's 60.
I think we
deaths.
leveled it up 3
That's
times.
60.
Hard to tell.
Estimate. I'll be right back.
Fuck me. Fuck me.
In the embrace of Messmer's flame.
Oh god. Oh god. First run. Maybe not. Maybe not. Mother of God, I can't see shit. The fucking butt poker. Let's get this off of it. Healing.
closer.
You cheesy bitch. The one thing that was gonna kill me. You cheesy bitch.
In the embrace of Messmer.
Trying to find a time to heal. Healing time. Fucking butt poker. Oh, that was really far!
In the embrace of Messmer.
Gotta roll through that, I think.
That was really far. Yeah, getting to second phase is tough. What? Bro, wait. What the shit, man? He just animation canceled? Like he landed and just what the hell? That was very weird. That was very weird. Yeah, he got interrupted by the frost or some shit. It like canceled all of his animation. interesting. Good. Good. No! I missed it. I missed it.
Big poke, got him.
Yeah, and it's because any screw up, I mean, reaching the second phase is hard because any screw up, healing is really difficult, and any damage I'm taking is nearly killing me. Miyazaki, please!
So about 65 minutes. I think his Shadow Tree blessing level is pretty low for this fight.
Take this time to heal. Good. Ooh, I would have gotten killed.
He's getting better at avoiding that flurry. That whole sequence of attacks.
Good.
Phase 2.
Letting me heal. Okay. What are we looking at here? Psycho Crusher? Okay, I tried to meet him. Shit. Ah, it's delayed. All right. All right. So I'm trying to figure out where I meet him after the usual. He does like this big 7-hit attack string, but this time he's ending it with Psycho Crusher. And I'm like, oh, okay. So Psycho Crusher pushes him really far away and he seems to recover immediately. I'm like, so where's my turn there? I have a turn there that I got to figure out. Nice. Good start. Oh, might be dead. Good God. Oh no! Oh, I got the bleed proc, but I'm sorry. I got the frost proc, but I didn't get the rest. Psycho Crusher. I'm actually really enjoying this fight, funny enough. This one doesn't come across as like it's impossible. It's just really damaging. So you just can't fuck up. But I'm kind of really enjoying it when things are going well. I'm not really scared of anything he's got in this phase anymore. Motherfucker. I'll shut up now. I'll shut up now. That is death.
Strict the grace of gold, shadow of death.
How do we even check what our skidoo trees are even at, Chad? We don't even know. You heard me talking shit.
How do you check?
He's really not that bad in phase one. It's just that there's a flow to the fight. At the Grace? What are we at? Oh, is that are we currently at 6? Check it out.
Yeah.
Is that what it says next to it? 6? Currently at 6?
I want to see a little more of phase 2 before I quit. So I'm going to skip ahead.
You can dance, but if you miss a step, you... Damn it, man. Good. Bro, fucked up.
How many classes did we? That's pretty good.
Damn it.
Got a heal.
All right, I'm feeling pretty comfortable. All right. I don't think he's got any other tricks beyond that. I do not think he's got any other tricks beyond that. That was a successful run. I think we're good. I actually really like this fight. I'm not lying. I think this is probably one of my favorite fights in all of Elden Ring. This fight is super fucking cool. That was a lot. Well, that sucks. I have to remember the inputs. I have to hit at the start. I have to press left. I have to press fucking left and then down and then X. Really fucking fast. To get the physic off. Son of a bitch, dude. Give me 1 second, chat. I'm gonna go take a quick break. Ah, this fight is amazing. I actually really like it.
This video, I guess.
Jesus.
All the way back at the beginning.
Let's go! It's crazy that the strategy that worked on the previous boss that was hard is the exact same one for this one.
Skipping ahead to phase 2.
Got ballsy. In the int and shit, okay. That was cool.
This creature
Okay.
embraced 9 billion
Okay.
shall I?
Dude, two-hand, please. I got robbed. Oh my god. I ain't seen. Not great. Psycho fucking crusher. Bro. Can't take my turn there. Oh. We got this. We got this. We got this. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. I'm still super down with this shit. Weapons. Can't hit him there, can't hit him there. Oh no.
Gotta get rid of the AoE.
Dodge. Can't hit him there. Gotcha. So you just have to eat shit. He's gonna get that Psycho Crusher off and you have to hold it. And when he transforms from the snake, he goes like kind of far away. Kind of like moves in a different direction. That really sucked. That was a rough one. That was a rough one.
In the embrace of Messmer's flame.
I want a style change. Winged Serpent Helm. Yeesh. Style change. Where the hell is that one piece of gear? Damn it, I can't find it. Like almost like carrion gear, but blue. I don't know where the hell it is. Huh. It ain't that. It ain't that. Man. Why can't I find it? That's the one. There we go.
Did you get some better armor?
No dodge. And input reading, bitch. So I need to press this. Sucks. Wow, the camera. Oh, that was so brutal. That was a absolutely insane phase. He was not doing anything that usually resulted in recovery. Like the whole time. opportunity. I screwed up. I couldn't see it. I screwed up. I could not see it, man. He was not making it easy on me, dude. He barely, in second form on the last 2 tries I've gotten there, he's barely giving me any chance to actually hit him. It's just all dodging, right? And there's a couple of attacks that he can do where he lets me hit him, but sweet God, good damn, dude. What? No, man. Okay, focus, focus, focus. Here we go. God damn. One snake, two snake, 3 snake, 4 snake.
Big snake. You got it. You gotta keep it.
Oh boy. No. What the hell was that, man? No, man, come on. Come on. Yeah, we've had him stumble a couple of times, and it totally messes me up because when he's stumbling, he should be recovering, right? He should be in an animation recovery that I'm at least guaranteed 1 hit. At least just 1 hit. And we've had him literally stumble out of the animation. I don't get it. I don't get it. bad start, but we're okay. That was weird. The stumble. Oh my god, dude, you piece of shit. Motherfucker!
One or two hits away.
Motherfucker. Motherfucker. That is like 3 or 4 times in the last 15%. Good. That was good. My god, the attack timing. Let's focus here. I'm dead. Fast snake. Triple snake.
Horseman.
Gonna have to heal. This is good. It was delayed. It was delayed. It was delayed. God damn it, man. Whoo-wee. Woo-hoo-wee. right into the fucking Psycho Crusher. Slap me with the snake. New shit.
That's it. Got it. One hit. Just one hit.
I'm choking. Let's
There it
go. Whoo, man.
A curse upon thee.
Oh, man. Oh, man. That is a great fight. It is really, when you do that fight well, oh God, dude. Is it pretty sick? Is it pretty goddamn sick when you do the fight well? That was another 2 to 3 hour fight, yeah. Hoo-wee. I felt good. I felt quite good. The nice part about that fight, which makes it really satisfying, is that you're learning something like every time. Every new thing, every goofy thing. He has a billion different attacks he does, right? But unlike Renala, where she attacks twice, it's really hard to avoid some of that shit. Okay. Yeah, this felt, yeah, Messmer is really hard, but he's not weird. Renala is weird. That was a legit weird fight. Okay, so who do we talk to?
What cruel.
So a lot more deaths than Moist Critical, that's for sure. I mean, when I saw that Moist Critical died 26 times, I knew that it was going to be much higher for many of the other streamers. Because he's really good, so. But that, I mean, he got it.
Is this? Who would rob me of
And at a low shadow tree level also. Probably should be higher. I'm at like over twice that amount, so should be feasible. Speaking of that, I should get started on it. I'm gonna want the Flame Drake Talisman. 2 blue flasks. That should be good. Use the bathroom real quick. All right. Should have everything I need. Didn't hurt to use that. Phase 2.
I will not suffer. A lord devoid of light. No, Mother. Forgive me. Soon tarnished. Wilt thou be taken in the jaws of the abyssal serpent, shorn of light? Embrace thine oblivion, as shall I.
Okay, let's do this.
Of gold,
Bad run.
in the embrace of Messmer's flame. shadow, death, in the embrace of Messmer's flame.
Working my dodges.
Messmer's flame.
It's tough to fill up FP.
Messmer's
Learn the timing of those dodges better. Now, the region. That's crazy.
stripped of the grace of God, shadow, death, in the embrace of Messmer's flame.
It's tough when you have to heal in phase 2 right away. If you miss that first dodge. It wasn't two-handing. Shit.
In the embrace of Messmer's flame. In the embrace of Messmer's flame. Messmer's flame. In the embrace of Messmer's flame. Of gold channel in the embrace of Messmer's flame. shall I?
Okay, So yeah, this boss is tough. He's more difficult than Bale. At least with this weapon, Bale was a lot easier. I mean, more difficult than Bale for sure. Um, this weapon does like a 15 to 20%. I think it's like a 20%. Maybe it's 15% damage boost. Extra damage against dragons. So, of course, with this weapon, that fight was significantly easier. But I don't know of a weapon that can really easily that's going to make this fight that much easier. But I would like to pull up a couple videos and see. I haven't watched any actual guides that give specific advice. So I'm going to watch a couple of these. Start with the extra life.
Few tips on how to beat Messmer the Impaler, who should be the last boss you fight in Shadowkeep. Before we get into the actual fight, it's important to note that upon entering the boss arena, you can actually summon Hornsent if you assisted him in the early part of Shadowkeep, where you had the choice of assisting Hornsent or Lida. His summon sign will be on the right side of the arena upon entering. If you want to progress his questline properly, you have to summon him in this boss fight, otherwise he'll be sad and dejected afterwards. I definitely recommend this boss after defeating Commander Gaius, because after that boss, you gain access to the Scadutree Chalice, which gives you 5 Scadutree fragments. For the entirety of this fight, I recommend trying to stay as close to Messmer as possible. He uses a long-reaching lance and ranged spells which make it hard to attack from a range. It will be much easier to dodge his attacks and flame spells up close. At the start of this fight, Messmer can start with a few of his moves. The most common is his jumping explosion, possibly his grab attack, or any one of his normal combos. For the jumping explosion, this is actually pretty easy to dodge in the first phase. To dodge the attack, dodge at the exact time he emits a white flash before jumping down, then dodge with a slight delay afterwards to dodge the aftershock explosion. You get an opportunity for some damage after you dodge this. For the grab attack, definitely learn the timing for it as it actually one-shots most builds at this phase of the game. For his first basic attack combo, he'll do 2 quick sweeping attacks, a flame spear up thrust, a flame spear sweeping attack, a jumping flame spear up thrust, and then a flame spear falling attack. For this attack, you want to quickly dodge the first 2 strikes in succession, then wait a bit for the up thrust, dodge with a slight delay for the sweep, then again wait for the next up thrust and try to get behind him on his falling attack. Make sure you can differentiate between this attack and the special attack version, which summons extra spears after he does the falling spear attack, which you need to look out for. His next basic attack combo is a flame spell swipe into a flame spear thrust, into a dashing flame spear thrust, and into a flame spear 360. For this attack, you want to first dodge the fire spell backwards. If you're point blank and can't dodge backwards, then dodge into the right, since dodging to the left may make you take some damage. Then dodge into him for the thrust, then wait for the delay after the dash and dodge into the next thrust, and dodge any direction for the flaming spear 360. You should probably dodge into him to try to be as close as possible, and you get a free hit after this combo. You will sometimes also do a flame swipe into a backwards 360 if you're too close. For that attack, just dodge backwards for the flame spell and then dodge into the flame 360 so you can get some damage in. For this last basic combo, he uses a dashing thrust, then uses a flame spell, then he does another thrust, and then a 360 fire spear attack. If you can dodge the other basic combos, this is pretty simple to dodge. You dodge into the thrust, dodge the flame spell to the right, dodge into the thrust again, and then dodge anywhere for the 360 spear. If you successfully dodge this, you can get an attack in. Moving on from his basic combos, let's talk about his special attacks. The first and easier to dodge special attack starts with spinning 360 airborne sweeps, then an up thrust spear, then a falling spear attack. For this attack, you want to dodge into him for the first 360 spins, and then dodge the next 2 attacks in the same way you dodge the basic attacks. The next, much harder to dodge special attack starts with spinning airborne 360 sweeps, then goes into multiple consecutive thrust attacks, into a falling spear, and then summon spears from the ground. For your first dodge left and towards Messmer for the initial 360 sweeps, and then dodge into Messmer to get as close as possible to him for his thrust attacks. There is a sweet spot here where you won't get hit a single time, but even if you don't get it, you'll likely only be hit once by dodging into him. After that, you simply dodge the falling spear attack and don't forget to dodge the summoned spears from the ground. Moving on to phase 2, he will always start with a more damaging version of his phase 1 explosion attack. This time, unfortunately there's no white flash to give you a hint, so my best advice is to just roll it when the snake head goes off the screen, and then make sure to roll the aftershock as well. After his basic combos, you'll still have the opportunity to attack, but you'll need to dodge right after doing it since he gets an extra thrust attack at the end of his combos. Since this attack is super delayed, you'll just have to do the damage and then immediately roll the rush. Another new attack he has is where he unnaturally slithers forward, does a quick sweep, and then quickly goes back. You unfortunately have no damage opportunity after he does this. The big change in this phase is that he now has a bunch of ranged snake attacks. In one of them, he transforms into a snake and then does a 3-hit combo. Each strike in between has a slight delay, and you can basically dodge in any direction. Once he finishes this combo and the snake rests its head, you can actually hit him and the snake at the same time for some bonus damage. He also sometimes only does one ranged attack as he transforms into the snake. The last attack I want to talk about for this phase is when he summons a bunch of miasma on the floor. If you can't see him in the center of the miasma, he's charging up for a singular ranged snake attack. If you dodge this, you can actually hit him and the snake at the same time, similar to the 3-hit combo. However, if he is in the center of the miasma, this is his killer move. He'll start with an explosion that deals a bunch of damage if you're too close to him, so make sure you run away from him when he starts this move. The attack starts with one ranged snake, then a delayed ranged snake, and then the next delayed snake will actually be 2 in quick succession. Then after that, he'll immediately do his falling spear and floor summon spear combo. So basically the rhythm you want to have for this combo is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Again, this is one of the harder bosses in the DLC, so I definitely recommend defeating Gaius first so you can get a bunch of those Scouter Tree fragments.
and lethal moveset that features a variety of flame-powered spear attacks and very high mobility. Messmer actually has a lot of rather generous windows to attack him in, more so than many other bosses in the DLC or base game, I thought. But the issue is that his damage is so high, many of his combos will 100 to 0 you very quickly, not giving you a chance to respond. So once we can dodge his combos, we want to get in the highest damage and stance damage that we can in a short window. So my build for this boss focuses on using a colossal sword with the Giant's Hunt ability. He is also very resistant to magic, fire, lightning and holy damage, but rather weak to blood loss it seems. So my colossal sword has the blood affinity, but I'll show you my build and kill in more detail later. For now, let's take a look at his moveset and the really important combos you need to be comfortable dodging. I'll start with what I call his basic attacks, which are generally standalone and not flame empowered. The first is this double swipe disengage. He often uses this when you're close to him in melee range, between abilities to kind of reset. You know this one's coming when he takes this kind of low stance, with his spear low on his left side. It comes out quite quickly, so as soon as you see this, 2 dodges back to back. His other basic combo is also 2 parts, starting with this circular sweep, followed by a ground thrust. You know it's coming when he starts to turn with the spear at his head like this, again without any fire on the spear. This one comes out a fair bit slower and will require a delayed dodge, followed by an even more delayed dodge for the ground thrust. This ground thrust is also used in one of his main 2 types of fire attacks, so it's vital you learn the timing to dodge it because it's one of your best windows to counter attack with. I recommend waiting for the gravel sound as your cue to dodge. Another one of his basic attacks is his leap and spear throw, which is very obvious, you can see it coming like this. Now you should always dodge into this one because it's a great window to punish him on the other end. And as you can see, he often uses that double swipe to disengage. He has a single and a double standalone thrust like these ones here, which are both pretty easy to dodge. He can also randomly throw out these little fire orbs that chase you before or after most combos throughout the fight. Now let's get into the good stuff and talk about the 2 broad types of fire empowered combos. So for the purposes of this, we'll call them right hand fire or spear fire. And that's because that is the main thing throughout the fight that you are watching for like a hawk. So to be clear, right hand fire is whenever he starts a combo by throwing a handful of fire at you like this. It is most often preceded by him doing a sidestep and a thrust, or a leaping thrust from afar. But he can chain it off the back of a number of attacks. For example here, he does it after the running grab attack. Spearfire is whenever he starts a combo by lighting his spearhead on fire. It is often the very first thing he does, but sometimes he follows any of the basic attacks like this double sweep here. The important thing is that he lights his spearhead on fire without doing the right hand fire thing. So what do these mean? Well, when you see the right hand fire, you know that a 4 to 5 part thrust and slashing combo will always follow. There's also 3 possible variations of this combo, and I'll show you how to recognize them in a moment. When you see the spear fire, he's usually about to throw fire from the end of his spear at you 2 or 3 times, but sometimes he'll do a slash or a thrust as well. The main thing you should be thinking is that this nearly always ends with an uppercut slash into the air and then a downwards plunge with his spear. These 2 types of broad attacks form the bulk of the dangerous combos throughout the whole fight, phase 1 and 2. So let's take a look at them in detail. He will always follow the right hand fire itself with a single powerful thrust. That's the same on all 3 variations. And so his very next movement is what you're watching for to know how the combo ends. So for the first variation, he'll follow the thrust by turning counterclockwise a little bit with the spear in the air, like you can see here. In this case, he'll do a horizontal sweep, followed by the very delayed ground thrust that we saw before. Let's see it a few times at full speed. All 3 of these dodges are pretty slow, there'll be a pretty decent delay between each. You'll just have to get used to the timing. It's also good to know that after any of the right hand fire combos, all 3 variations, there's always time for a decent counterattack. You can use Giant Hunt, you can also just poke him out of your last roll, or you can do a heavy charged attack. In the next variation, again, after the fire hand, he'll do that first thrust, and then this time, he'll do an evasive sidestep away from you like this. When you see this, he's going to finish with an overhead thrust, followed by a counterclockwise sweep. This time, in terms of dodge timing, you're going to have a small delay while he's evading away from you, and then your next 2 rolls are pretty much back to back. And in the last variation, after that first thrust, he's not going to turn around or evade away, he's going to stay still where he is and prepare for more thrusts like this. In this case, he's going to do 2 quick jabs, followed by a final delayed thrust. Let's see it again. For these ones, the double jab needs back-to-back immediate rolls, with a much more delayed one for the last one. It's also good to dodge to the left and behind him in general for this. That's it for the right hand fire combos. Let's take a look now at the spear fire combos. When the boss starts with his spear fire and he's standing a little bit away from you, he's generally about to throw a couple of waves of fire at you like this. I got hit by that first one because I was drinking a flask, but generally they're pretty easy to see coming and easy enough to dodge. After he's thrown the fire, he's going to do an uppercut slash that if you're in melee range would hit you, but if you're out of range like this, he's just going to leap into the air and then plunge down onto you. After the plunge, you've always got time to retaliate with a bit of damage. With that in mind, you should always roll forward into the plunge, so you're straight away in position to hit him. Here's an example where he immediately follows the double sweep basic combo. He lights his spearhead on fire and does a single horizontal sweep, followed by the uppercut and plunge combo. In this instance, because we're in melee range, be mindful that you're going to have to dodge the uppercut slash, as well as, after a slight delay, the plunge. One last example where he lights his spear on fire first is this flying spin attack where he closes the gap. I didn't have too much success dodging this one, but then again he always finishes with the uppercut and plunge. He does sometimes use this flying spin attack by itself, but you should always expect the uppercut and plunge anyway. Now before we look at the next phase, let's talk about two of the special attacks you need to be aware of. The first is simple but deadly. It's the running grab attack that you've probably been caught by once or twice already. To dodge this, you really need to wait until he actually starts to move his hand in that underarm motion towards the ground. Once you see that, that's your cue to dodge. And the last one is this crazy multi-part flying spinning combo that you've probably seen once or twice already. It is hard at first, but once you've seen it once or twice, it's actually pretty easy to dodge. You know it's coming when he leaps up into the air and does this fancy twirl with his flaming spear. As soon as his spear reaches about this position, you're going to dodge through him once. He'll fly around in a bit of a half lap and then come back at you with a flurry of jabs. You're going to dodge through that again once more time. At this point, he'll fly up into the air before plunging down, which you'll need to dodge, and then an immediate follow-up dodge for the secondary pulse from the ground. You can squeeze a hit in after this as well. And again in full time. I know this is in phase 2, but the attack is the same in both phases. This one is hard at first, but it's only 4 dodges once you get the timing down. Alright, so at around 50% health, you'll get a cutscene and you'll transition into phase 2. And honestly, unlike a lot of other bosses, phase 2 on Messmer is kind of easier or not really any harder than phase 1 at the very least. He basically does all the same attacks that he does in phase 1, but every now and then he'll transform into the big snake and lunge at you. These snake attacks are generally very easy to see, you've got a bit of time, and they're well telegraphed, so they're actually not too bad. They're also usually only a single, maybe a double strike, so they're very rarely going to 100 to 0 you like most of his combos in phase 1 do. As you can see, the snakehead strikes are pretty obvious, they're not going to catch you off guard too much, and honestly I found them pretty intuitive in terms of timing for the dodge roll. The other thing to be aware of is that after he transforms and does a few attacks as a snake, he'll transform back into his normal human form in the location that the snake head was when it finished, so be aware of that. He gets a few new somersaults and dashes like this, and when you see these puddles on the ground, obviously just get out of those, he's about to strike from there. Other than that, I actually don't have a lot to add here. Most of the dangerous stuff that will kill you is the same dangerous stuff that will kill you in phase 1. So I'll show you my kill attempt now with a bit of commentary, and we'll look at the build in a little more detail as well. Now, if you haven't already worked it out, you get a free attack just a few seconds into the fight, so any pre-buffs are a good idea. He always starts the fight with this exact same ability, which you should dodge and then get a free attack in. If you're running the same build I am, use a Giant's Hunt here. Now, this is by far from a perfect or a clean kill. I was actually still kind of testing this fight a little bit.
Right back.
when I accidentally killed him with the bleed proc in the phase 2. During this attempt, I was actually just testing to see how many giant hunts it would take to stance break him, and so I was taking a very offensive approach, being quite reckless. And as you can see, as a result, I'm getting hit by quite a lot of those small basic hits. But honestly, with a little more care maybe, I think an offensive approach like this is definitely the way to go. Because between this giant hunt and the bleed proc, we're doing about 6.7k damage, and we're now going to follow it up with a critical that's doing another 5+k damage. That was 4 giant hunts, by the way, to break his stance if you want to replicate this. Now phase 2 starts with a similar slam and explosion that you'll want to punish. I found the dodge on this kind of hard to time. What worked for me is hitting dodge the second the snake's head went up off the top of my screen. Again, you'll want to use a giant hunt after that explosion, and as you can see, the giant hunt's doing pretty respectable damage too. It's also worth noting that if you don't have a Scatutry blessing of at least level maybe 10, you're probably going to really struggle with this boss. Even though you can get to Messmer quite early, I think he's intended to be one of the last bosses you fight, and so if you haven't collected many Scatutry fragments yet, you're probably really going to struggle, and he's just going to stat check you. The strategy in phase 2 is no different from phase 1 though. You're basically waiting for those opportunities after each of his big combos, and use those windows to cast Giant Hunt. So while I keep chipping away and he nearly kills me, let's talk about my build real quick. I'm using the colossal sword called Greatsword, not to be confusing, with the blood affinity. I have about 60 strength and 45 arcane, so it scales pretty well. The bleed build up is 160, and so it only took 4 hits to proc the bleed. For damage, I'm using the Shard of Alexander and the Lord of Blood's Exaltation. I'm also using the Great Jar's Arsenal so I can equip more defensive armor, and the Flame Drake Talisman for fire mitigation. You could swap that out with the Dragon Crest Great Shield too. For armor, you just want to take whatever you can that gives you the most defenses while still maintaining a medium roll. I'm using the entire Veterans set here because it gives good defenses, but it also looks cool, and that's important, isn't it? For Crystal Tiers, I'm using the Opaline Hard tier for more mitigations, as well as the Green Burst Crystal tier, just for more stamina regen. You could swap this out for anything really, that's just a general use one. And as you see here in a sec, I kill him with the bleed proc. I normally would die once I've got them in kill range so I can get a clean kill, or test different builds. But oh well, this one was a bit messy, but it still demonstrates the viability of this Giant's Hunt plus bleed build. That's everything. As always, if you got something out of this video, please drop a like, comment, or subscribe. It helps me out a lot. Thanks for listening, everyone. Cheers.
In this video, I'll be showing you how to cheese Messmer the Impaler in Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree and the build I use to do this. So we're going to want to use Frostbite Grease here, as this will deal a ton of damage to Messmer. We're going to bring in our summon here right at the get-go, and then for the first bit of this fight, we just want to survive. So he has that attack there where he's going to attack. It does an explosion, so there's 2 attacks we got to dodge roll through. I would recommend just playing defensively for the very first section, because there's another summon in this room that'll make the fight a whole lot easier. And you kind of have to dodge roll to the side, but once your Mimic gets an attack in on there, it's going to switch its aggro, and then you can summon in Horn Scent there, which is just going to make this fight a whole lot easier because he's able to spread the aggro, and it's pretty epic, his fighting words that he says. Now, I'm using the Naga Kiba with Double Slash as the Ash of War, because this can allow us to do multiple attacks in a row, almost similar to the Rivers of Blood, but we're going to be using Frost on it there. So, yeah, Frost Grease, make sure that you're using just a normal weapon with no extra. Whenever you use the Naga Kiba, don't add anything to it. Although the Great Stars would be another good weapon because it has bleed as well as the healing. Now, into the second phase, we also just want to be avoiding his attack. He's going to do an explosion there of fire. It deals a ton of damage, but we can get in with our Double Slash. Now, the Frostbite wore off, so you need to reapply that just for the damage it brings. But the nice thing about equipping Frost Grease is our Mimic is going to use it as well, and that'll further contribute to the Frost damage. When there's Frost buildup, you deal additional damage to the target too, and that also stacks with our bleed damage that we're going to be doing with the Naga Kiba. So it really does a big number on Messmer and the base Serpent Messmer in the second phase. We proc bleed and Frostbite there back to back and took him out. So this is pretty much the best cheese build you can get for beating Messmer, I find. And this was on the second day after the game came out, or DLC came out. So here's the build. We're going to be using I'm using the Naga Kiba there. You can see the stats. I got my Vigor up to about 58, and my Mind's at 30, Endurance 43, Strength 22, Dexterity 45, and then Faith 36. So these stats aren't optimal. I kind of have them all over the place. You could do this at a lower level or at a higher level. So I just want to share this with you guys. I'm also using the Shard of Alexander for increased damage on the Double Slash and the Green Turtle.
He's not even using a fire talisman. It looks like an electric talisman.
Talisman to be able to run around a bit more, and I would recommend bringing the fire medallion. I'm wearing the holy one for some reason there, but yeah, the fire one will make this a lot easier. Thank you so much for watching. If you found this video useful, please hit the subscribe button below.
Click the link in the description to visit AOA.com for all your Elden Ring needs. Check out the discounted Steam, Xbox, and PlayStation 1. So equip the fire prelate things. Elden Ring Guru here. Today I'm going to show you how to kill Messmer the Impaler. You're going to have to become a slob for this one. So equip the fire prelate armor set, as it has high fire protection. Tanking his attacks is the strategy with this one. So you'll need an upgraded fingerprint stone shield, as well as a few extras. So before you enter the battle, down your flask of Wondrous Physic, containing the Opaline Hard Tier, which increases all damage negation types by 15%, and the Green Burst Crystal Tier, which increases stamina recovery speed by 15 points per second for 3 minutes. After chugging your flask, you want to pop a Blood Boil Aromatic, which raises maximum attack power as well as stamina. Next, you want to coat your shield with the Scholar's Shield Sorcery. This reduces stamina damage taken while blocking by 35%. Once you've done this tedious task, head inside and get ready to summon your Mimic Tier as soon as it lets you. Once you have, instantly heal yourself and then hold block, because if you do it all quick enough, you can summon Mimic, heal, and then block Messmer, just as he reaches you with his first attack. Thanks to all of the buffs and your shield, you'll only take chip damage from this cheat when blocked. And if you equip a thrusting weapon such as a spear, you can safely attack him while holding block for the whole fight. Your next objective is to back away to summon Horn Scent. He will appear inside the boss room to assist you, if you speak to him fully at the High Road cross side of Grace. Once he's summoned, it's time to get to work. Messmer bleeds easily, like all cowards. So you know what that means. If it bleeds, you can kill it. So choose the blood affinity for your weapons Ash of War in the menu. You and your loyal Mimic will become a cohesive unit of blood loss, and thanks to Horn Scent lending a helping hand, you should make light work of Phase 1. As soon as Phase 2 begins, drink a healing flask, as you'll have time to take it before he attacks. Then it's simply a case of repeating the strategy from Phase 1. You might have to manage your stamina bar a bit more carefully for the remainder of the fight, as Phase 2 is even more chaotic. And thanks to the two-headed turtle talisman, your stamina will recover a lot faster. For the other talismans, it's best to use Pearl Drake and Flame Drake +3, as they will help vastly reduce the amount of damage you take if you make a mistake. And for the final talisman, I've chosen the Great Shield talisman, as it reduces stamina damage taken while blocking by 20%, which you will especially need for Phase 2. If you need to respec to handle the Fingerprint Stone Shield, then so be it. The majority of your points should be in Strength, then Endurance, then Vigor. But this should get you through and help you make a mess of Messmer. Everything you need to get the job done is in the description, so check there for whatever you're missing. I'll be making guides for all the bosses in the DLC, among other tips and guide videos. So make sure to subscribe and click the notification bell to never miss a video. You'll love it. Summoning meteors and their mega power.
Soldier First Class here. In today's mission, I'll be showing you my easy guide on how to beat Messmer the Impaler boss fight in Elden Ring's DLC, Shadow of the Erdtree. I'll be giving you my build, current setups, and key strategies to avoiding or neutralizing some of Messmer's most powerful attacks. As with all my guides in the past, I'll be showing you this fight without the use of Ashen Summons, but we'll have a storyline-based NPC summon for those that are following the game's story. But before we get into it, if this guide helps you overcome this tough challenge, be sure to light the bonfire on that like button. And for more of my boss fight guides, Elden Ring builds, and more, be sure to subscribe with notifications set to all so you never miss an upload. Now let's get right into it. I was fragment level 12 when I finished this fight after around 3 tries, so this is the level that I would recommend, but as always, it's entirely up to you. You're also going to want to go into this fight with as much fire resistance as absolutely possible. For that, I'm running the entire Tree Sentinel armor set, as this armor boasts the highest fire resistance at the lowest possible weight I could manage for my equipment load. There are definitely other armors that you can run if you have a lighter weight build, I just prefer heavier armor. If you can't wear heavy armor due to equip load, you can run what I do in my Wondrous Physic, which is the Winged Crystal tier. This grants the user a massive increase in equipment load and gives even the heaviest armor and weapon wielders the light dodge roll animation. I didn't use this very often before, but now it's almost always in my Wondrous Physic, so it's definitely very useful. But now let's talk about the weapons and talismans. Messmer is both physical and fire damage, so for the same reason I went with the Tree Sentinel armor, I also went with the Flame Drake Talisman +3 for the most fire resistance you can get from a talisman. You can find this talisman inside a chest in the Fort of Reprimand by following this route. You'll also want to use the Dragon Crest Great Shield talisman, which grants the highest physical resistance and is found in a church in the Haligtree section of the base game. For my build, I found that guard counters are extremely effective even against bosses, so the Curved Sword Talisman gives me that 20% damage boost whenever I guard counter. And for my final talisman, because I'm running heavy armor and weapons, I run the Great Jar's Arsenal, which gives a massive boost to equip load. As for the Wondrous Physic, I have 2 recommended combinations. The first is the Stone Barbed Crack tier for easier enemy stance break, and the Winged Crystal tier for that massive boost to equip load that allows you to light dodge roll. Or, if you aren't worried about stance break, then I'd suggest an alternative in the Magic Shrouding Crack tier. Because your weapon is aspected to cold, you're doing magic damage on top of its physical, so this crack tier isn't a bad choice either. As for weapons, Messmer is weak to both bleed and frostbite, but I found for this fight that frostbite is more effective. Not only does it do the burst of major damage similar to bleed, it also debuffs the enemies afflicted with it to take 20% extra damage for 30 seconds. So I went with my old faithful greatsword, but aspected to cold with Lion's Claw Ash of War. I also run the Misericord aspected to cold for when I stance break, so I can get nasty damage on critical hits. My shield of choice is the Fingerprint Shield for the high guard boost and damage negation, but any great shield with high fire and physical resistance will do. You'll also want to put the no
81 fire resistance.
skill Ash of War on it if you're following my guide exactly. I know not everyone will run strength builds, so I try to accommodate that by at least giving the weakness of the boss instead of just saying that my build or weapons are absolutely the only way. Because I got a little flack for having a level 200 build in my previous guides, I want to say that you can tool your build to fit with the numbers that work for your specific setup. Obviously, you'll want to tool your build to whatever level and or weapon loadout you're using, so you do not have to follow my build exactly. Character level hasn't really mattered in the DLC, as the fragment level is almost just as, if not more important than your character level. For my stats, I was level 218 with the following values: 60 Vigor, 20 Mind, 41 Endurance, 80 Strength, 39 Dexterity, 21 Intelligence, 28 Faith, and 8 Arcane. The extra Endurance you're seeing here is after leveling up after the Messmer fight. But now let's get to the fight itself. After the cutscene, if you've been following the Hornsent questline, you'll be able to summon Hornsent as an NPC partner inside the boss arena. If you need it, I'll link a guide for that quest in the description below. Every time I fought Messmer, he opened up with the same delayed explosion attack, which is actually really easy to dodge when I don't accidentally hold the block button instead. Just as he's about to land, jump out of the way and then dodge roll quickly away from him. This completely avoids the attack altogether and leaves Messmer open for an attack. You can either punish this move or hold back, but if you see an opening, unload on him and try to proc that frostbite. Messmer in his first phase also has some well-telegraphed attacks, but a lot of his attacks in the first phase are delayed, so timing is everything here. He also features a fireball that you'll recognize from the basic enemies in the area just before this. He also does a spinning slash with his spear that he then drags across the ground before he thrusts for a 2-hit combo. Make sure that you're either blocking these moves or dodge rolling them to negate the damage you'll receive. If he reaches back with his flaming right hand and starts slowly walking towards you, he's going for his grab attack, which will demolish your health bar and even wipe it out if you don't have enough HP. Dodge to the right or left to avoid this attack, and punish him if you get a window after his grab fails. He also has a move where he'll light his spear on fire and spin jump into the air, and when he goes for this first attack of his combo, dodge into him. He'll then turn around and repeatedly thrust his spear at you, which you'll want to immediately block to reduce the damage massively. He'll then float in the air for a second, and you'll want to run underneath him and get on the other side, because when he lands, he'll launch an attack that has multiple spears come out of the ground. To avoid this completely, run underneath and through, and when he lands, dodge roll away from him immediately. Whenever you get an opportunity and can break his stance, switch over to your Misericord for that heavy critical damage. In fact, if you want to swap the Guard Counter Talisman for the Dagger Talisman for the extra added critical, that's definitely a viable strategy here too. Anytime you land a critical on Messmer, he has a stand-up animation that can be heavily punished. Wait till he's almost standing and then unleash your strongest attack. For me it was Lion's Claw, but whatever attack will hit the heaviest is what you'll want for some incredible free damage. After his first phase is over, then the real fun begins. In this phase, Messmer transforms into the Abyssal Serpent multiple times throughout and unleashes some nasty attacks that can defeat you in just a few hits. When he opens the second phase, he'll be the serpent with the gigantic firebomb in its mouth, but don't panic. Wait for him to almost hit the ground like in his first phase, then jump or dodge roll away and get out of the blast zone. The difference between phase 1 and phase 2 here is that whenever Messmer is transforming back into his human form, there's windows of opportunity to attack him where he's not doing damage. Utilize these windows to start bringing him down quickly. He'll also transform for a 3-hit combo where he'll attack right, left, and then right again. Much like a dance, you'll want to dodge roll left, right, left to avoid these attacks. You should also be able to tank these hits with your shield too, but again, trying to give strategies that don't just fit my build and playstyle. After this attack resolves and he transforms back, you'll have another window of opportunity to attack. In this phase, Messmer also likes to throw himself at you for a spinning launch attack, so be sure to dodge roll to this left or right or block with your shield. Now, this part of the strategy is entirely optional, but it worked for me as you can see in the footage you're watching. When Messmer stops moving and pools of damaging water forms around him and the giant snakes are flailing, I ran in and punished this with a Lion's Claw. Now, I just happened to break his stance here, so I got lucky, but that water will continually damage you, so you don't have to be a hero here if you're not comfortable with it. I was able to punish it with the Lion's Claw, break his stance, switch to the Misericord, and then after the critical, land the killing blow while punishing his stand-up move. And that's how I defeated Messmer. Other than distracting Messmer at random times throughout the fight, the NPC summon was basically worthless, so summoning the Mimic tier or whatever Ashen summon you want isn't a terrible idea here. It'll only make this fight that much easier. I just didn't use one for this fight so I could break down the mechanics of it for you. I just have a lot of experience in making guides over the years and a lot of experience with Elden Ring, and I want to make guides that anyone of any skill level can follow. If you're using summons or broken builds or glitches or whatever, awesome. Congrats on your victory. Or if you need a guy recording in his basement to tell you the mechanics of the fight so you can have an outside perspective, also awesome. A win is a win. But that, as they say, is that. Hopefully this guide helped you in some way or another, or at least got you closer to defeating this tough boss. If it helped you, be sure to light the bonfire on that like button and subscribe with notifications set to all so you never miss an upload. Thanks for watching, and for more Elden Ring boss fight guides, I'm Soldier First Class, and I'm on to the next mission. Later, guys.
Guys, it's Albertium back with another video for Elden Ring, and this time, it is time to finally tackle Messmer. Now, here's the thing, I did not want to make another video using some of these broken things that come from the DLC that are surely going to get nerfed. No, this strategy is going to be up and stay up, and it's never ever going to get nerfed. I guarantee you, because we're reaching back to the original game, and you know what, I'm gonna be leaving some links at the end of this video, what you might need and what you can still get very, very easily. It's a little bit of a, hassle, a little bit of a journey, so we want to keep this video as short as possible. And I do recommend that you still watch this first and then proceed to get these things, because I'm going to be showing you also how to use them and the little intricacies about the boss fight. And before I even think about asking you to click that like or subscribe button for me, please allow me a chance to earn that from you. And with that being said, well, let's get in on this. And this is going to be the build. Now, I'm using the Anvil Hammer, but you can absolutely use anything else. In fact, something faster is going to be more ideal. One of the two essential things, Fingerprint Stone Shield, absolutely essential. You must have this. The defense, the damage negation, the stability also, and also not depleting your stamina is just necessary. Also, the next thing that is going to be absolutely essential in this build is going to be this talisman right here. Great Shield Talisman boosts guarding ability. Now, this is absolutely a must. Now, ignore please.
Consider this. Take a picture.
Is the bottom row, because this is something I was experimenting on, and Mimic Tier actually ended up soloing Messmer with this build. Okay, so let's do this. I'm gonna be rewinding and pausing also to make sure to give you the best info. So this attack right here is how the boss fight is gonna be starting every single time. Now, here's the thing. You have two options. If you want to dodge roll, you dodge roll. Do you see where he is? This is when you dodge roll first time. Now, you literally wait maybe half a second. Do not dodge roll twice. Do not button mash. Wait half of a second and then dodge roll yet again. Now, the other option for this would be to simply keep this shield up at all times, and nothing is really going to be happening. Now, you might take a little bit of damage because the shield does block the physical damage 100%. All the other ones kind of scale a little bit down, but it's nothing too dramatic. Now, everything else comes down to being patient, just picking your moment when you are sure that he is not gonna be attacking again, that his combo is done. This is when you actually attack yourself. But there is a trick to this as well, because some of the attacks are actually going to be leaving you a little bit too far away to actually run up to him and do the attack yourself. Now, what I mean is, okay, we're going to be doing this attack over here. When you see that 3 thrust attack, you know this is coming. And yet again, it is half a second, maybe a smidge, a little bit more before the explosion occurs. So this is your cue to dodge roll yet again. But in this case, I would actually recommend not to do what I'm doing here, because this is being impatient. Either watch your stamina if it needs to be refilling, or watch your HP and refill that, because it's 50-50. Now, you might hit him and not get hit back, but you might really suffer some severe damage. Everything else, you're just keeping your shield up. Now, sometimes you might actually let go of the shield to, replenish that stamina between the connecting attacks, and that's absolutely okay. All of this is just pretty damn standard. Now, when it comes to the phase 2, it's more of the same sprinkled in with some new attacks. Not a lot. Now, this is going to be, yet again, like the first phase, the second phase always starts the same way. And basically, the same principle actually applies here, even though I would fully recommend that for the first initial hit you keep the shield up, and then for the later one just roll away. Yet again, half a second, it's all it takes for you to wait, and then simply run back and hit him once or twice, however much your weapon allows you. Now, I am definitely trying to break his posture here with these attacks, and that is pretty much going to be that. Now, he does have couple of new attacks. Like I said, this is always going to be the same. Once he does the three-pronged attack, smashes into the ground like this, you wait a smidge like we kind of established already, and roll then. Now, decide, do you kind of refill everything or just attack again? Now, this is going to be one of the new attacks, and there's a lot of these snake attacks. How I personally deal with these is keep the shield up, and I'm always kind of moving to the side, you know, from the boss, not standing still, not standing in place. And especially these attacks, when it's a lot of them, I'm also moving a little bit backwards, and it has been serving me rather well. Now, something that I have forgotten here, and it's kind of easy to forget because there's a lot going on. When you see this attack, always the same attack is going to be following up, because these snakes are obscuring your view. It's very easy to just forget. He comes flying in with that attack that we have established how to dodge, but because everything is happening so fast, you kind of forget. So if you can remember, this almost always comes after that type of snake attack. It's very specific, but you will still have plenty of time to, well, heal, and if you don't heal, you are gonna have enough time to simply stand behind your awesome shield and just block. Maybe sometimes on rare occasions, if an enemy hit kind of gets the correct angle on you, you might get hit behind the shield, but this kind of goes for every shield in the game. Just keep this thing up and keep your patience up. Mainly, the times I got hit myself was due to being impatient, just like here over there. Now, one thing that I simply need to be telling you about the boss fight is the very last part of everything, and that's dangerous. Once you do see his HP almost gone, this is where the impatience is going to be kicking in. This is where you decide to gamble, and you absolutely shouldn't gamble, because when you do gamble, you can lose, and more often than not you are going to lose, and you're going to lose all your progress. Simply stick to your guns, stick to what we have established, be patient, and you are gonna be seeing the results. Now, this attack right here, let me just, when he does this, this is one of the attacks that I do not recommend you try to engage running across the distance that's going to be inevitably made between you and the boss. Simply, refill, or just refill the stamina as well, or simply just regroup and, get your concentration on. Now, what you can do, maybe to get a few hits in, is be between the boss and this I don't know how you call this in English. Sometimes words just elude me, but because you are stuck between him and the boss, you are gonna be nudged into the striking distance with the boss. So that's kind of something nice to be, keeping in mind. Obviously, I did not take advantage of it here. It can be done even better, and this attack where he spins, this is really nothing to worry about. It just does nothing, and quite a lot of times it's going to be missing. So the snakes, that is going to be something that is kind of terrifying, because it's so visually impressive that is going to be making you nervous. Simply stay locked on, because once the head of the snake stops, this is also an opportunity to hit him. Don't be hasty though, because sometimes you will not have the opportunity to hit him immediately. He immediately switches into another combo, and when you see this, hey, do not panic. Just do what we did from the beginning. Keep your shield up and then dodge on the second one. Maybe even experiment and see how it goes by just keeping the shield up at all times. And now it is that moment that we were discussing. The HP is almost down and you might be gambling. I say again, do not. Stick to your guns, stick to the tried and true, and just repeat. Rinse and repeat. Do not let it get better of you, because you are going to be making a mistake. And if you do make a mistake and it's still not final, it's going to be causing you to panic. It's just not worth it. And this little bit of HP, this is the most dangerous part, especially if it's you or him. Guys, this is Albertium. Hopefully this helps you. Let me know in the comments. Check out the links at the beginning, at the end, and it's going to be very, very helpful to you.
Hey look, it's Messmer the Impaler, the snake man from the trailer. Messmer is one of the most important new characters introduced in Shadow of the Erdtree, and a fairly difficult boss to defeat on top of that. If you've been stuck trying to take out this burning snake boy, then hopefully this video will help you out. Now before you attempt to fight Messmer, let's get prepared. It's recommended that you be around Shadow Tree level 10, and if you're going to use spirit summons, be at Revered Spirit Blessing level 6. You're also going to want to throw on some armor, incantations, talismans, or really anything else that will give you serious fire negation, since Messmer likes him some fire attacks. Messmer himself is weak to frost and bleed damage, so equipping weapons, spells, and incantations along with, once again, anything else that can inflict that type of damage is a damn good idea. I will point out that in my footage I'm using the Blasphemous Blade because I'm a tad basic, but Messmer is very resistant to both holy and fire damage, so do as I say and not as I do. Now let's cover Messmer's moveset, starting with the first phase. The very first thing that Messmer will do upon the beginning of the battle is leap into the air and then slam the ground with a glowing orb of fire, which will then explode shortly after the impact. This is a 2-hit attack, so be prepared to dodge that right out of the gate. Messmer has a ton of attacks that he will combo together. He has stabbing attacks that will usually be covered in fire, and sometimes he will follow those up with multi-strike stabbing attacks that will hit you pretty hard. He'll swipe at you with his spear, which will also send waves of fire at you. Most of his combos will have him dancing around the arena and leaping into the air. And sometimes when he leaps into the air, he'll throw his spear into the ground. Occasionally, this attack will cause burning spears to erupt from the ground, so be prepared to jump over or dodge out of the way of that. At some points, he'll raise up a hand and summon a fireball, which seems simple enough, except that this has a bit of a delay on it, so don't dodge it too soon. By far his most deadly attack is a grab attack, where his hand will be covered in fire and he'll rush towards you before grabbing you, lifting you up, and impaling you with his spear. You know what? I just figured out why they call him that. Be prepared to dodge away or towards Messmer to avoid this attack, because this grab will often do so much damage that it will pretty much kill you. The second phase of Messmer will occur when his health bar hits around 50 to 60%. At this point, there will be a short cutscene where Messmer will pull out his eyeball and then shatter it like a glass bulb. It's fun stuff. From here, Messmer will become a lot more snaky. His first attack of the second phase will be similar to his initial first fire orb attack, only this time he'll be a giant snake. He'll continue to perform all of his striking and flaming attacks, but now with more ferocity and fire. He'll summon a snake to strike you from time to time, and speaking of snakes, he has an attack where up through the ground comes a bubbling crude, which will be followed by about 5 snake strikes and usually end with Messmer's leaping attack that causes spears to erupt out of the ground. This bubbling up attack will sometimes just feature one snake attack just to shake things up. Now, as you can tell, Messmer's attacks are very fast, have incredible reach, and often don't give you plenty of room to heal or catch your breath. That's why, even if you're someone who dodges everything, I'd actually recommend using a shield for this fight, as Messmer's quick attacks and combos can be very hard to dodge consistently. You should preferably use a shield that has a good level of fire negation on top of 100% physical negation. You should also wear the Great Shield Talisman to help with your shielding. And it's a good idea to have talismans, items.
Where's the Great Shield Talisman?
or anything else that could give you extra stamina regeneration too. If you manage to not somehow screw up Hornsent's questline, you can find this summon sign inside Messmer's boss room. Having Hornsent around to soak up some hits and give you some time to think about what the hell you're going to do next can be very advantageous. And really that's about it, so let's recap. You should use a shield to block most of Messmer's melee combos, along with the Great Shield Talisman. You should wear or use anything you have on hand to give you fire negation and stamina regeneration. To really hurt him, use frost and bleed damage. And if you can, summon Hornsent to help you out. As for his attacks, get the timing down for the Leaping Fire Orb and Fireball attacks so you can dodge them. And for the love of God, watch out for that grab attack and be sure to dodge it, or else it's really gonna hurt. Beating Messmer will earn you 400,000 runes, along with the Remembrance of Messmer, which can be traded in for either his Spear of the Impaler or the Messmer's Orb incantation. And you also get the Messmer's Kindling, which is a key item that comes in handy later on in the game. For more Shadow of the Erdtree news and guides, be sure to check out thegamer.com. I'm Jamie Latour, and we'll see you next time.
Of the Erdtree,
In this guide, I'll give you an easy strategy to defeat Messmer the Impaler, the boss at the top of the Shadow Keep. Let's start with the gear. For the weapons, I'm using the light grey sword Milady. This is a new weapon for the DLC and can be found inside a chest atop of one of the towers of Castle Lances. Here's its location. The great thing about this weapon is that its slashes are swift. They build up bleed and can be paired with any ice Sash of War to deal extra elemental damage to Messmer. I tried other heavier weapons against Messmer, but he's so agile that the charge time was way too much and I kept missing the target, so I stuck with this sword. Now, talking about armor, I went back to my OG Elden Ring armor, the Big Boy. My thinking behind this was that Messmer's attacks were so fast that I had a better chance by playing to my potato skills in favor of blocking the majority of the incoming attacks and learning a few dodges. So this build, along with my maxed out shield and a few talismans and incantations that I'll detail later, helped me not to get destroyed by the boss attacks. For the talismans, I used the two-headed turtle, to greatly raise stamina recovery speed. This one is new to the DLC and can be found inside a cave behind a waterfall if you follow the river upstream in the first area. Here's its location.
I've got it.
By releasing the block button after this talisman proved great for my potato blocking strategy to replenish the stamina bar fast by releasing the block button after every hit and that way avoiding Messmer breaking my poise constantly. The second talisman is the Dragon Crest Great Shield Talisman, a huge boost of physical damage negation, followed by a Flame Drake Talisman +2 for fire damage negation and the Crucible Scale Talisman for reduced damage from critical hits, which will save your life if you ever get caught by Messmer. For the Flask of Wondrous Physics, I mixed the Opaline Bubble tier and the Flame Shrouded Crack tier in what I think results in a fire damage negation cocktail. Talking about spells, I used Black Flame's Protection to increase physical damage negation, Golden Bow to increase attack and defense for me and my allies, and Flame Fortification for even more fire damage negation. Finally, my Spirit Ash is the Mimic tier. As for the overall strategy for the fight, I have to say that the difficulty spike was massive compared to other bosses that I've faced so far. So be prepared to stick to this fight for a while. I started to see the most progress when I focused Messmer's attention on my character while I block his attacks, so my Mimic Tier attacked him in the meantime, and then I counterattacked on the last attack of each of his combos after I dodged it or blocked it. This way I had a great opening to deal damage and build up damage to make him bleed. Be patient for that opening and attack when you get that window. If not, you'll get destroyed mid-combo. Besides that, you need to get used to his attacks and find what's best for you to dodge or block correctly. Some of his attacks are hard to dodge, like the initial fireball explosion that I timed with 2 dodges, one when I saw him thrusting at me, and the second immediately after. Or the one in the second phase where the timing is when you see the snake launch towards the top of the screen, followed by a second dodge with a slight delay after the first one. Finally, the third and probably the most difficult one was the snake explosion on the second phase, where I tried to run or dodge outwards of the explosion zone, followed by blocks or dodges to avoid the snakes and his final attack. This is really hard. If you're using the Mimic Tier, my best recommendation is to keep his focus on your character to let the Mimic Tier do the most of the damage and help with your counters whenever you get a chance. This took me like 5 hours, but I hope with these tips it will be less time for you. When you defeat Messmer, you'll
5 hours with the Mimic Tier? That's crazy.
be rewarded with 400,000 runes and the remembrance of the Impaler and Messmer's Kindling. Be sure to check out more Shadow of the Erdtree DLC videos that I will be uploading to his playlist right here as I progress through the game. But for now, I hope this was useful. Thank you for watching and keep enjoying the game.
Hey, I'm going to show you how to beat Messmer in the Elden Ring DLC, Shadow of the Erdtree. Stick around to the end, I'll show my stats, but what you want to do is he's going to lunge at you straight away. So what you want to do is time the dodge, so you want to do dodge, and then dodge again. But you don't want to dodge the second one straight away, the shockwave will get you. So you got here Messmer, you can summon, and he'll help out with your Spirit Ash. Messmer is quite sporadic, he's all over the place, and sometimes he'll start drilling into you all the time, even though you've got those summons here. Now I'm going to show you a move where he starts running towards you with his flaming hand on fire, and you actually need to dodge it at the last minute, otherwise he'll impale you. There you go, like that. Now this is a bleed build with the 2 bleeds with my Mimic Tier. Bleed seems to do a lot of damage with the blood loss, and I'll show you my talisman and the stats at the end. But below halfway, this is phase 2. When he starts off with that serpent and hits the ground, you're going to get some free shots right here while he composes himself. Now when you see the ground around him boil like that, got these serpents you need to dodge. There's all these serpent heads here, just strafe around and it will dodge sideways. When he flips around in the air and dives down with his sword in the ground, stand back because he's going to do some area damage. Unless you want to time your dodge as soon as the flames rise up, you can dodge that. So there we go, we've taken down Messmer for the quick kill with the power of bleed. Anyway, I hope you enjoyed the fight. Hope to see you all next time. Thanks for watching.
America. A curse upon thee. Have I made it known? Accursed Messmer. My clan's suffering. Their pain.
You'd like a simple, yet highly effective way to kill Messmer, so you can stop hearing him call you
Mongrel intruder.
Like I said, it's a simple method, but it does require some stuff. First of which is the talisman called Shabriri's Woe. And the second thing you're going to need is your good old +10 mimic tier. And when you're putting your mimic tier together, make sure that you can see here, take off all the weapons and the bows and stuff you don't want. Don't give him any consumables in the bottom. You want him to be just up in Messmer's face. And then you take your physic, which is the Crimson Bubble tier and Thorny Crack tier. First thing, you're gonna dodge this blow up thing, and it blows up. You're supposed to dodge that, but I always get hit by it. But you're okay, you're still alive. Now, if you didn't kill Horsen to go with Lita's quest, he will have a golden summon sign in the interior of the arena. Summon him. He talks a lot. It's fine. He will eventually get to business. But dude, look at your mimic tier. Insanely tanky. All those things will one-hit you. But now, since you gave your mimic the Shabriri's Woe, and you've taken it off yourself, the Messmer fight, he mostly concentrates. It's not foolproof. It's not foolproof at all. He does break his attention to go back to you. But dude, I got a bleed infused weapon, so my mimic is also bleed, and dude, he pops like a balloon. Alright, this phase, you just gotta like roll out of there, because he's aiming towards you whether you got the Shabriri's Woe or not. Now he's coming at you hot. So you just roll through it. This is guerrilla warfare. This is an old school method that when Elden Ring first came out, we used to use. You got a mimic tier, they're the same person. Put the Shabriri Row on them. That way you don't get one-shot. And look, he's popping like a balloon. You got a final crit on him. I mean, we're spanking him. Spanking. Easy peasy, simple. Boom. Done. And that's how you do it, my friends. So to recap, we used Hornsent. We did not kill in Lita's questline, and we summoned him in the arena. We used our Mimic tier, which we stripped down to one weapon, preferably Bleed, and gave us the Shabriri's Woe Talisman. And after we summoned our Mimic tier, we took it off. Then we just fucking went at him. We just spread his cheeks so fucking wide, and we just didn't stop. We just didn't stop. Anyway, now go spank Messmer, and we will see you next time. Later.
I hope you're all doing well, and in today's video I'm going to be presenting to you a guide for Messmer the Impaler. Messmer has been an extremely anticipated boss fight in the Elden Ring expansion Shadow of the Erdtree, and this guide is aimed to help anybody that might need a nudge in the right direction so that they can better parse the fight as it's ongoing. The main things we'll be tackling is specific dodging patterns for the more difficult attacks in the fight, and afterwards providing a general overview of the remaining ones. But before we begin, we should mention that Messmer is weak to magic and lightning. As such, it's preferable that you bring with you any magic-infused weapons or intelligent spells, or lightning-infused weapons and lightning incantations. Naturally, he will be more...
I thought someone said he's resistant to magic. He's weak to frost. That's the first time I've heard someone say lightning and magic are his weakness. I'm skeptical about that.
Most resistant
Maybe that was a chat GPT answer.
To fire, so if possible, avoid that. To begin with, we should start with Messmer's signature move. This attack is unlocked once he reaches around 75% HP. It consists of him imbuing his spear with Messmer Flame and doing 2 successive whirls mid-air to gain altitude, followed by a giant sweep that spread Messmer Flame around the entire arena, sweep which propels him forward behind you, position from which he will repeatedly thrust his spear to cover massive distance. Once this flurry is over, he will perform a mid-air somersault and end with a slam and the soon after large AoE. This attack has 3 distinct segments and we should approach them individually. The initial part, him gaining altitude, does not have any hitbox. The only thing you should worry about is the giant sweep that spreads Messmer Flame. If you were very close to Messmer when he started this attack, you will blind spot the sweep entirely by just standing still. Do not roll backwards or forwards. You will get roll caught by the Messmer Flame particles. Now, if you were at a distance when you started this move, you only need to roll once through his sweep, and that will place you in a safe spot. Whichever of these two you had to employ now comes to the second part of the attack, the thrusting flurry. There are 2 different approaches to dodging this depending on what you are more comfortable with. You can outspace the first thrusts of Flurry by running away from Messmer immediately after the giant sweep, and then you'll only have to roll the final thrust. Alternatively, once Messmer finishes his giant sweep, if your camera is unlocked, you can sprint straight at where Messmer will be and do one roll under him while he does the Flurry. Both of these methods work, but the former is much more preferable if you prefer playing locked on. Once you have dodged the second part of the Flurry, Messmer will linger in the air for a bit before slamming his spear onto the ground and creating a fire pool underneath him. Don't be deceived, the initial impact only has a hitbox in a very small area in front of him, so walking under him and behind before he completely finishes it completely neutralizes this segment. Once he's landed, you can just count to 2 and then roll and you will iframe the large AoE. The next tricky attack of the fight is his flame-imbued melee combo. This particular sequence can happen out of a multitude of circumstances, such as from a neutral idol as Messmer does nothing and you approach him, from his double swipe frame trap attack, or attached as a combo ender. The general rule here is that he will perform an uppercut which will fling Messmer Flame all over the left side of your screen. Roll diagonally to your right if you don't want to get roll caught by it. Afterwards, he will immediately perform a large horizontal swing that will fling more Messmer Flame in a fan-shaped pattern in front of him. Roll through this right after the uppercut. Do not hesitate, the follow-up happens very fast. At this point, he can either do a second giant horizontal swipe or go straight into the second uppercut, which will propel him into the air, only to come down afterwards and thrust his spear into the ground in a small explosion. The next attack we should look at in phase 1 is also the bread and butter of the fight. It's the delayed horizontal swipe into an uppercut. You want to not panic and roll the horizontal swing after a short delay to your left, putting you slightly behind him. Once you have done that, you can simply walk around him and you will strafe the uppercut follow-up. Doing that will also place you right behind him, which forces him into one of two options. Either side hopping and resetting the fight, or his common Messmer Flame Claw attack followed by an imbued thrust. In case of the latter, merely roll both away from him and bait the double thrust follow-up, which you can roll in on. Doing this will also guarantee the delayed thrust combo ender. Dodging that delayed thrust also places you right behind him, which will force him into either doing a delayed horizontal again or side hopping to reset the fight. There is one other oppressive attack in phase 1, but it becomes much more relevant once he reaches phase 2. It's the fire-air spin combo. To dodge this, you must roll once through his spin as he's approaching you, and then once away from him as he's landing. This will allow you to outspace the uppercut follow-up, and then you'll have to roll the slam afterwards. This attack becomes a frequent combo ender in phase 2 after a specific snake attack. Now this attack consists of Messmer turning into a snake and performing a single powerful bite that propels him across the arena. Once he reaches his destination, he will either perform the fire-air spin combo as a combo ender or the basic spear lunge. Another important thing to mention regarding phase 2 is that all of the snakes can be attacked and count as weak spots. One other common snake attack in phase 2 is his snake triple bite attack. This attack is pretty straightforward to dodge and offers a giant punish window. Because of the way the attack works, if you wield the weapon long enough when you punish it, you can hit both the snake and Messmer inside of its mouth. The last basic phase 2 snake attack we should talk about before the giant snake flurry is the pool snake. Messmer will turn into a snake and disappear only for soon after a giant puddle to appear on the floor underneath you. Clear this area as soon as possible as Messmer will re-emerge from it as a snake. If you are on top when he comes out, you will get staggered and thrown off so that the actual snake bite will connect. Otherwise, if you've managed to clear the area before the snake emerges, the bite is very easy to roll through. And for the closing segment, we should talk about Messmer's giant snake flurry. At around 25% HP, Messmer can start channeling his energy and creating a massive burst that spawns multiple large snakes around him that will attack in succession. As soon as you see him start this attack, get away. The first two snakes will attack together so you can roll both at once, And after that you will have to wait a bit, as the third snake will delay his ground bite to roll catch you if you spam rolling. Once that is done, roll to either side the fourth snake again after a short delay, and the fifth snake will hit right after. Once all the snakes have performed their script, Messmer will emerge out of the clump of snakes, either to perform the last part of his signature move, or a giant snake with his orb in its mouth, which will create a medium-sized explosion. Now if you follow the instructions in this guide, you should be able to memorize Messmer's attack and probably be able to fight him and probably finish the fight without getting hit from any of these attacks. It's going to need practice, of course, but this video should have a very comprehensive guide onto the things, and I hope you all enjoyed it. And if you want more tutorials like this, please let me know, tell me your feedback, what you think, what you like and you don't like, and yeah, thank you for watching, and I'll be seeing you later. Bye bye.
Okay, well, pretty tired now. I think it was good to see this. I'm gonna consider my options, maybe potentially use a new weapon, but I'll think about it. Maybe I'll give it another shot tomorrow. All right.